Morning, guys. Starting a mostly fresh start build. Let's create character. No, we were absolutely starting on normal. Trying to get me to do veteran. For shame, game. For shame.
Still drawing breath. You're not looking to the bodies of the. You will need to fight your way through.
Alright, so. Hey, welcome in, Trixie. Alright, so we kind of have to decide what we want to start with. Because we could start Inquisitor and go for Chaos Callister, or we could do Chaos Sigils as Occultist. Let's get a few levels, and then we can make a call. Just kill all the mobs. Uh, it means I'm not resetting my blueprints, but everything I equip and everything I craft, I have to find the materials and such myself. Basically, I want to do SSF without resetting my save file every time, because that's just way too annoying for me. Hey, McRib. I mean, Dark Souls in general is designed to make you beat your head against a wall, so that's not too shocking, right? Alright, now we have to be careful never to click on the button that moves all of our stuff to the stash, because Uh, fresh means not resetting blueprints and not using shared stash. So I have to find everything on this character for whatever gear I equip and things like that. And we're also not going to say craft an end game set that we have the blueprint for, so we're not going to exploit it that way. But for things like relics or rare components for gear, we'll use. Yeah, no XP pots. I mean, you could do an SSF run or a quasi SSF run with XP pots just to make it go faster. You'd still have to find everything on your own, but alright, give me your eyeball. Yeah, it is, but I mean, if you don't have XP pots, you have to run normal and elite anyway. It's just a little bit more grindy for the rep for like, say, Black Legion. It's not that terrible. Like it's definitely on the grindier side though. All right. Uh, the odds of me finding 4 Void Soul pieces is pretty low. It's I'm not going to let myself just randomly craft stuff, and we can't find the blueprint because we have it already. So pretty much I have to find 4 pieces of the set. If I do find 4 pieces of the set, we probably will, but do something like that. But it's going to come down to what we're able to find. Alright, so if we go Inquisitor, we have the option to do Chaos Callistor. We have Inquisitor Seal. We have Word of Pain. Undo class. If we go Occultist, we have Sigil of Consumption, and we can do Chaos Sigils at some point as well. Of course, Frailty. Alright, I think we're going to start with Inquisitor, just because I think Word of Pain is going to carry us for a little bit. That's really, only a couple points in it. It's really not that much right now, but... yeah, that's... and then we can do Chaos Callistor or Chaos Sigils later. I think the ability to clear trash with Word of Pain is just so much better. We have no AoE because we don't have the second node, but yeah, Bloodsworn Repeater is an option. Wrath of Tenebris. There's the Chaos Sigil gun. Seven Aether Crystals. That's not bad. Just about to start your hour of Grim Dawn, then shower, wind down. 5 more levels. I mean, you could just not fight Aldrich.
A creature was. I need some time to plan her.
That's always an option.
Welcome to
Well, this kid.
Word of Renewal. Good day, welcome in, Violet. Yeah, Blackwater Cocktail is definitely works for a lot of stuff. These SSF runs would also be easier with merit, just because you could, if you wanted to get a particular MI, you could just port to that area, but... Yeah, you have to be level 40 for Abadoth if we go that route. And if we go for the Chaos Sigil gun, we'd have to be around that level too, so... Oh boy, Shambler. You don't look friendly. Our anti-boss abilities are nothing to write home about yet. I thought we might get the killing blow before the Sunder landed, but not quite. Have to be a little bit mindful with the shrines because they'll now take stuff from our shared stash. Shadow Strike is always on my left mouse. Well, that's good. That I mean, turning in the quest is more important, that XP, than you get for just killing the random boss.
Any luck clearing out those sliths? Well, good, you're back. What? You follow the rope?
Good morning, Susie. Yeah, for me it's Blitz or Shadow Strike on left mouse, auto attack on right mouse, or if I'm not an auto attacker, whatever my most commonly cast spell is, and then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 are my main skills. I put my move. I put a Virus Might skill on 5 and 6, and then I have a heal like Word of Renewal or something on E. RT is Health Mana Pot, and Caps Lock is Cluster. I've got Evade as Tab. But we all do things differently. Um, Keep in mind, Susie, if you use GD Stash to move your season characters into the base game, any season characters with season-based loot will not work. So if you're using any of the season items, you'll have an issue. +2 to Word of Pain? The stuff you get excited about on a SSF run. We might not be able to kill Milton Hart. We'll see. Oh, we got him. Nice. I was a little worried there. Okay, Stalwart of Scorched Runes is better because we'll take the DA. Milton's going to give us Pierce Cold, Aether, and Poison Res at level 12. Alright, let's spend some attribute points in physique. It's kind of hard because I'm not exactly sure what way we're going to be going with this. So basically, we don't want to hit this button. Welcome in, Dermeister. Yeah, the Leo rings aren't bad. I probably won't. So I think the Slith ring is going to be good enough for resistances for me. Because it's got a mix of 3 different resists. All right, my dog is woken up, so I'm going to let her out quickly. I'll be right back. All right. The back dog has been out. I'll probably take a break another half hour or so to feed her. And yeah, Susie, unless you're opted into the playtest branch, it won't update you to 1.3. Alright, I'm going to put points in Spirit, because I think we are going to go for the Abadoth offhand, most likely. And Spirit's also going to boost our chaos damage anyway, so... Alright. Shambler will be interesting. 11k health. Okay, that actually wasn't bad. Requires level 18. But still a much better amulet than we have, so... And we're now level 12, so let's throw this helm on. Okay, the shield does no real damage for us, so probably throw the offhand on. The Kaizog Skull does absolutely nothing for our skills, but it does give us energy regen and a bit more fire. Good morning, Captain Keen. Welcome in. It's Defoe. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Alright. Rear. Wait, did we not get the... We forgot to get the Angram quest. Hold on. Hey, welcome in, Nixie.
Oh, hello, traveler. Move along now, stranger.
Chaos Callistor once we hit level 40, most likely. Obviously, we can't go in there without chaos and Vit Res, so we also can't go in for a number of levels. Okay, none of you want to drop the strange key? Okay. You know, that's fine. All right, it's been a minute since I've done a chaos build, so I'm going to find a devotion plan. All right, so yeah, we can get away with having turtle here, which is nice. Next devotion point will be turtle. Get a circuit breaker. See, what are these gloves? All damage, chaos bleed, disruption, protection. I think that's better than lightning res. Normally would not bother rescuing Olgrim, but like every little bit of extra XP makes a little bit a difference on a run like this, so we'll bother with the stuff that's not normally worth it. Oh, and we have a totem. Yeah, that's shield I'm not going to bother with. Alright, let's go sell some stuff. Oh, we put Turtle on Word of Renewal, I guess. Just make sure we actually have Word of Renewal up. Okay, did not mean to sell the Shambler Amulet, so we'll buy that back. We're level 14, so we can equip that. Okay. Okay, so this is going to move stuff into the shared stash, which I don't want to do. So I think we might have to do this manually, which is a little unfortunate, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's better than the alternative. Super low level Rift Scourge Slicer, I am going to put in our shared stash though, because that's just, if I level an acid build, it'll be nice to just have that from the go, even kill Kaizog. Okay, yeah, we're not using that. Let's go back to our rift gate. And let's go back and sell these as well. There's Ulgrim.
Well, I'll be.
Yeah, we still need to get the slithering. I keep forgetting to do that. You go back when we get the Warden Cellar Rift, if I remember. Alright, I think we can start ignoring yellow items. Okay, we've got 2 of the fabrics. So I gotta look around. So they don't have the quest. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go to Devil's Crossing and get the quest because I don't want to wander around aimlessly.
What do you want?
Ah, it's all the way down here. Usually doesn't spawn that far south, but sometimes. Eidolon, welcome in. Yeah, they released the. This is now in the playtest branch, so anyone who wants to can play test it and see what they think. If you do, I highly recommend backing up all of your save files and everything before you start. And there's at least a chance that once you switch over, switching back might be awkward. Unless you reload your saves and such. But yeah, this is the new UI. I quickly abandoned the globes because they just don't feel like Grim Dawn to me. But yeah, the other graphics are a little bit different. And like you have this button which you can move your components into your shared stash from anywhere on the map now without going to a smuggler, which is pretty cool. The having the dedicated component stash tabs is nice. It does give you a bit more space to put, even if you use, well, you can't use Item Assistant on a kind of playtest patch because they're not going to be compatible. But yeah, in general, it's nice to have the dedicated components because it frees up some space. Like if you want to put leveling gear in your shared stash, just to have instantly available and not have to comb through Item Assistant. So once this actually goes live and we get the Item Assistant upgrade to go along with it, I'll be probably putting a lot more leveling gear in my main shared stash and not have to worry about going through Item Assistant. I don't know. I don't mind it's the shininess too much. It's okay. But everyone's gonna have their own thoughts on that. That's fine. Alright, let me get to the next rift gate, and then I'm going to go feed my dog. And this is an SSF run, so we should get all the Aether Crystals we can. Yeah, the new UI is only for the playtest until they officially release patch 1.3, Susie. Which probably in a couple of months they'll release that to the public. It's possible it'll be a little bit faster, only because they really didn't do too much in the way of balance adjustments on this patch. So maybe there's less stuff for people to debate and go back and forth on. But we'll see. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes public in April, and then Fangs of Astrakarn, who knows, but one day. The chance of an Aether, the clusters to drop up to 2 crystals is kind of nice. I don't know how often they actually do it. I'm guessing it's maybe a quarter of the time, but it's just a little bit on the margin to make Matt's farming more pleasant. Okay, Infernal of Alacrity. How does this do more damage? No idea. I don't even know if it really does. Okay, Bloodletters of Readiness. It is more armor. I think we have to equip it. And this is going to give us a bunch of... Oh, no. Apparently we need this for +9. No, we're just going to put a point in 2 points in physique. Alright. Okay, level 17. Just going to put 1 point in Rune of Calstor for the moment, and I guess we'll put 1 point in Death Sentence too. And we'll fight Warden Krieg in just a minute, but I'm going to feed my dog first, and I'll be right back. Okay, Shirley is happily chowing down on her breakfast. Let's see, we have a devotion point. Where do I want to? Let me check my. All right, I might have to go crossroads. Good one, Kivitz. All right, I'm getting a ton of feedback in my headphones, which means it's time to plug them in and out a couple times and see if that fixes the problem, which usually kills the sound in Grim Dawn, so we're also going to restart the game. We're not on an XP pot, so it's okay. But yeah. I think my response, Kibitz, usually when people make the airplane joke about my dog is I am serious and do call her Shirley. All right. One day we'll get a relic. Like I said, if I hit the button, it's going to move them to the shared stash, I think, so I don't want to do that. Actually, I'll move the Aether Crystals just to be safe. And we still haven't gotten the Slith Primal Ring that I've been talking about for a while, so let's actually go do that. Cat named Laverne. No, I restarted the game because my headphones were giving me trouble, so I had to restart them, and that can scuff sound sometimes. So I figured just restarting everything would be the way to go. I don't think I've ever seen Laverne and Shirley, but I know who the characters are from when I watched Happy Days when I was probably a teenager. All right, Slith Primal Ring. Viloth ring. This is just a little bit of Aether Resist, nothing special. But let's find maybe a corpse dust. And we'll put scrap here. Yeah, we'll do a silk swatch on the shoulders. Wait, do I have 3 scavenged platings? It's a reminder that I actually need to check that. 10. Yeah, we're good. So the way the game now pulls from shared stash automatically, it's possible to make a mistake or two on one of these SSF runs where you haven't fully reset everything, but we're just going to have to live with that. Serrated spike. I need to make sure I have one of those. Okay. That's actually incredibly annoying. It doesn't even pull from your personal stash first. Alright, I don't want a serrated spike, I want a silk swatch. Yeah, it doesn't... I wonder if we have it in our personal stash, if it'll... Like, our character, if it'll pull from that. Alright, let's see. So... We owe... 3 Aether Crystals, 3 Scrap, Serrated Spike, and Scavenged Platings. Alright, we're reimbursing our shared stash bank. This feels a little ridiculous. But... You know what? This asks me to confirm, so I might just have to keep everything in my shared stash. Or my character stash and see if that works. Alright, we're learning how this new UI is going to affect things. Okay, Thunderstruck of Destruction. This is Poison Bleed versus Aether Elemental. Well, wish I'd known that before I put the Silk Swatch on, but we'll keep this for now. Alright, that has to be an upgrade. Alright, that's another one to keep an eye on, but we'll probably get something better eventually anyway. No, this is in the public playtest, Roland. Welcome in. So since it asks us to confirm that we want to move our stuff, I think we should be safe to avoid a major blunder in losing all of our components. And I think if they're on our character, it'll take from that first, so that'll help with the whole not messing up the SSF thing.
Is it fit? The warden's defeat is a... So you must be... before we do...
I cannot. So, you the three go to the center.
I mean, we'll still take the lore notes.
The emissary will...
I could hear them.
Alright, we'll side with Salile for the normal.
You show promise.
Actually,
Perhaps you would be a fabulous spy. The forgotten.
So, the servants of an...
thing is, Drieg is the most annoying to side with, but we're probably going to need their augments. But there's always bounties. I actually think the Shambler Amulet is worse, so we're going to stick to what we have. No, we're not going to get Leo's rings. I think the Slith ring is just more versatile because it has poison and Vit res as well as Ellie. You don't get the XP boost, but oh well. Okay, let's see. Let's make an anti-venom salve. Roiling blood, scavenged plating, mutagenic. Mutagenic. Scavenged. Wait, do we not have... We may not have roiling blood, actually. Alright, I guess we can't make the anti-venom salve yet. Oh well, we have decent enough res. What about runestone? No, wardstone. Cracked, searing, chilled steel. Okay, that we can do, and 3 aether crystals. Okay, so it pulls from here before it pulls from the shared stash. That's what I thought, but I just want to be sure. Put a corpse dust on the slith ring to get us more vit res. So we'll do double corpse dust. Alright, let's go to Act 2. So I want to go up to 32 in Inquisitor. When we really invest in Rune Callister, we'll look at artifact handling, but I also want to start getting points in Occultist. Alright, I'm going to drop a portal and get the next rift gate, and then we'll come back and get the shrine. Okay, and we don't have dynamite, so we have to go through the mines. Yeah, there is a boss in here we can fight. We don't really need his MIs, but... it's possible that, depending on the roll, they'll boost our Word of Pain damage. Alright, let's see what we have here. So this is level 20. Casting speed. It boosts frostburn damage and cold damage. Doesn't really do much for us, does it? This shield doesn't do much for us either. Oh well. We still got some possible gear to look at in a bit. Harmonious Vitality. It's okay resistances, health, and energy. We lose +2 to Word of Pain. I don't think that's worth it. We got a dynamite. Let's see if we can get more. Perhaps not. But at least now we can do the quest. We got a totem. Finish Sentinel in the quest just before XP pot ran out. That's always a good feeling. Just narrowly beating the clock. On an SSF character, so we don't have to actually spend money crafting dynamite, we might actually do a couple of Cronley runs as well. Harold, welcome in. If you're new to Grim Dawn, the only mod I'd maybe recommend is there's something called a rainbow filter, which some people find is very helpful in identifying what the different prefixes and suffixes on green items do. Other than that, I would just play the game. Uh, if you want to learn more about the game, you can always hang out in streams, ask questions of people. Most of the people who stream Grim Dawn are pretty friendly and happy to see other people getting into the game. Frozen Heart, I don't have one, so I can't do this shrine yet. Yeah, I guess item assistance is a fair one as well. GD Stash brings with it the temptation to what one might call cheating and creating your own items and things along those lines. I think Item Assistant is probably better if you don't want that temptation. So yeah, Item Assistant and Rainbow Filter are both reasonable, and yeah. Other than that, just try stuff out, have fun. I think one of the lessons in Grim Dawn is that you want to focus on one main damage type and usually one or two main damage dealing skills. Like, you want to go tall before you go wide, so to speak. And some ARPGs are like that, others are not, so that's always that's worth keeping in mind. Yeah, Kibitz has 97 mules in a spreadsheet. That sounds terrible. I mean, it works for him, but I would lose my mind. And I really should do more beginner guide type things, but I do have a basic tips for Grim Dawn on my YouTube. Also, a very brief overview of kind of how to look at devotions. If in the event they're helpful, happy to send the link.
We have to hit them hard and fast.
But for the most part, just have fun, explore, try things. Like, if you're enjoying yourself, you're not doing it wrong. Alright, go up to 32. And then I think we'll start putting some points in Occultist as well.
Keep your weapon.
Alright, devotions. Alright, we'll do Viper. We can refund the Crossroads, which we'll have to do at some point, but yes, there are levels of insane. Alright. See if any of the Cronley stuff we're getting is going to be good for us. Let's see, so options. I was curious if there's anything specific about I mean, the various options of how you display the mobs you're fighting. I'm not sure if you can adjust the size of it or not, or if it's just kind of your monitor. Oh yeah, you can have big monster health bars, but that's not the label. Yeah, the run speed mod is kind of controversial. I mean, I understand why people use it, but it definitely is one of those advantage giving things that a lot of folks, myself included, don't like. But it is a single player game at the end of the day, so you kind of can play it how you want. I have no problem with the run speed, but yeah, I mean, Grim Dawn is balanced around 200% attack speed being the max. So, I mean, I don't think having a bit of extra move speed is necessarily breaking the game early on. Like, obviously, if you have 300% move speed or something crazy in endgame, then yeah, it's a radically different game. But yeah, needing more attack speed is, I don't know about that one.
What do you want?
Nope. Yeah, if you're messing with drop rates in the game, at that point you might as well just use GD Stash and incorporate, put in whatever items you want. And the reality is you don't need perfect triple rares to have a viable building Grimdawn either. I mean, you can finish the game without selecting a second mastery. That's very much not my thing, but it there are all sorts of fun challenges you can do because I think at a fundamental level, Grim Dawn is a very fair game, so you can do crazy challenges and get away with them. Okay, Vitrez is there. This is +2 cadence. That's worthless. But the Martin Crest requires level 32. I'm probably going to use this until we get the Abadoth offhand, which does chaos conversion. +3 Runic Calister, +1 projectile is pretty nice. And we're doing a lot of elemental damage, so having lightning and fire versus fizz and fire is pretty good.
Trying to act the savior, it doesn't suit you. Humanity is already doomed and a new power is rising. Get on board like I did or go extinct. Well, that's not quite true. The Ethereals will need new vessels, so I'm sure...
Alright, yeah. His shield is up. We're not going to be able to... I mean, if you're trying to find a perfectly rolled, Glacial of Shattering Spectral Longsword, yeah, that's going to take a while. If you're trying to find something that's functional, like Glacial of Frostbite, you can find that really quickly. It's not going to take weeks of time. Now, and absolutely some people like farming more than others, but the amount of time you need to get pretty good items in Grim Dawn is not that high. The amount of time you need to get perfect items, yeah, but you're not going to need perfect items to make most builds playable. I mean, Grim Dawn does not have PoE 2 drop rates, right? So Froggate, yeah. Also, yeah, if you need a bunch of crazy triple rares to make your build work, then that's probably not the best way to build. Yeah, like, if you do whatever you want, but there are a lot of a lot of the hackier, cheatier type things are going to, I think, wreck more people's enjoyment of the game than enhance them.
Well, detonate now that
Talk to Barnabas.
Come, friend.
right to business.
And yeah, building once you get an item is kind of fun too. You get this really awesome item and say, oh, I want to make a build around it. Hey, welcome in, Morndale. I'm 99% sure that pulled from my shared stash. I'm not used to this new UI and how the quest works, so I'm just gonna find 3 royal jellies and drop them on the ground. First kill of Alexteria and Krieg gloves. Nice. We also might be getting a +1 Inquisitor medal. Oh, this Martin crest. We're going to put this on in a minute. Okay, we have like no HP. That's something we probably want to work on soon. For normal, our Pierce Res is okay-ish. Our Kovian Undercity could still be a tiny bit sketchy, but... Alright, we need to go sell stuff, and then we'll get the shrine. Aggressive of the Void Harbinger. Alright, it's more armor. We lose a bunch of bleed, res, and disruption protection. Okay, we have a ton of bleed res, so this armor might just be better. This is way better for resistances. Okay, I don't want Elemental to Aether. I don't want... The Chaos Defier is fine. This is Pierce, Chaos, Elemental Res, and Stun Res, and more armor. We lose some poison. I think that's probably an upgrade. What did I sell here? Yeah, that's fine to sell. I think this is just an upgrade. No, don't sell the corpse dusts. Put that on the ring. There we go. Resonant of Protection. That's a maybe. I think this is overall an upgrade. The Rune of Calstor thing. Keep the add-on. We have an Aether Cluster now. We'll put that on the bar. Alright, let's go back to Twin Falls. Yeah, which Explorer piece dropped? I saw Explorer, but oh, the boots. So Trap Res, we lose a bit of Aether and Elemental Res, which we can afford. Well, the Aether Res not so much, but yeah, I think we take those. All right, so we'll replace the 2 points in Word of Pain we lost, and then let's go Occultist. Just put some points in the Mastery bar. Yeah, Explorer Set is one of those things I almost never use unless I'm get lucky on an SSF run, because I'm just going to use Lokar, given the choice. All right. We're going to find the third passage, and then we'll get out of here. I don't particularly fancy fighting Killerian with no health and no Vit res, so we're not going down there. Yeah. The aggressive of alacrity roll on that Overprax amulet's kind of unfortunate. That sounds. I mean, obviously, I think Rolly uses Lokar, but he'll typically switch into something around 65 to 75 on his way to whatever he's doing in Endgame. Yeah, I have Martin's Crest, Tuma. It's actually a pretty decent roll as well. Oh, we do this quest. Yeah, same Tuma. It's just habit for me now. Alright, more armor. We get more armor, probably more health, and better resistances. I think this is an upgrade. Let's see. Yeah. And let's go back to the Spirit Guide and refund one of our crossroads.
I sense
Yeah, we lost health for moving that crossroads, but got a little more Vitros. Yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable position, Violet. It's one of the reasons I occasionally will do, these SSF runs. Uh, you and probably Rolly Trixie. I've definitely seen him play around with some of the lower level legendary sets. Good morning, Rain, and welcome in. I'm just going to one point that just to have an additional devotion available. Yeah, fighting Voldrak 3 times is something that you only are going to do on an SSF run because... Or I guess if you're trying to get mid-level Voldrak crushers. Okay, that was not too bad. I mean, we are a caster. We're able to keep our distance.
Well, if it isn't, but I haven't been entirely. I came.
Okay, 42 Vitres in this area. Could be it's. Wait, do we get an? Do we have an unholy inscription? We do. So that's actually pretty nice. We don't mark of the traveler anywhere. Guess not yet. Leveling with Blitz is definitely very satisfying, and especially on SSF where you can actually use the helm. Nah, Lokar set is still faster because of the XP gain. It's can't do it. Yeah, that makes sense, Viley. Speaking of fonts, what the hell is Aptos and why does Microsoft want me to use it? All right, devotions. All right, I guess we can start on. Let's start on Fox. Yeah, but I also hate Calibri, so serrated spike. We have 8 of them. We're good. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff again. We get another inventory bag at Homestead, right? It's been a while since I've not used a merit. This is, okay, so this has more fire damage, more OA, better energy regen, Vit res instead of poison res. That's kind of a side grade. Stay focused, get close to level 40, and then go for the chaos offhand. We're not going to bother with Blood Feast. We're just going to get this shrine. So you just have one Searing Ember. Pretty sure we can handle that. Now, I forget what I needed for this shrine, but we'll see if we have it now. Frozen Heart. Wait, can we? Is a Frozen Heart something we can craft? Hold on. That might be craftable, and we're just gonna get that out of the way if it is. Battered Shell and Polished Emerald. We have plenty of Polished Emeralds. What about Battered Shell? What's a battered? Is that something we? Battered Shell requires. Wait, what? Battered Shell requires a Frozen Heart. Frozen Heart requires a Battered Shell. Okay, who designed this? Oh, vendor. Yeah, good idea. Forget vendors are a thing. I mean, don't actually forget vendors are a thing, but alright. Sell some junk. I already have a level 25 Voldrak. I'm not going to worry about that. Slith Scale we don't need. These are possibilities. Resistant of stone footing. I mean, it's way more armor. Nah. We're not going to use Bloodbriar. Okay, Formidable of Vitality. Can't afford to lose that Pierce Res. Alright, let's see if we get a... you sell Frozen Heart to me. Apparently not, and you don't have one either, right? Check the rover vendor, perhaps? Yeah. But the fact that you can exchange crafting materials for each other is kind of useful. For, like, endgame stuff, where you might have a surplus of one. This just feels like it's there to troll you. I don't know. Frozen Heart. Got it. And yeah, when in doubt, blame Zantai. Okay, requires physique 259. Two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Fair. And do we... yeah, we have Behemoth in this build, so we'll start on that next.
So how do good.
These are.
I wasn't sure you. I wish I'm going to.
I'll skip the Legion is split on two.
we have... Hold on. Wait. We have 2 dynamite. Okay, so we can do this quest. Okay, the Murderer's Breastplate gives plus the Blood of Drieg. Interesting, didn't know that. Fleshwarp Plate Mail. So this is going to just give us Pierce and Chaos Res. Plus 3 vulnerability. It's interesting. Vigorous of the Wolf isn't a role that I'm going to consider, though. Like, I want to get some good resistances on a piece of gear like that. So it starts with Pierce and Chaos, which is nice, and then it's like, give me something else. Give me Harmonious or... That gives me Vigorous of Protection, which is also not great. It is probably an upgrade if I can fix the Poison Res. We still have an absolute trash tier belt. Vigorous of Vitality. Yeah, that's a good amount of HP. We do need HP, I just... Of Vitality is, I think, so much better than Vigorous because of all the resistance prefixes you can get. I mean, like, Harmonious is almost as good as Vigorous for health, and also gives you energy, poison, and elemental res. Okay, there's almost no scenario where you're going to take Vigorous over Harmonious unless you already are set with energy and the other resistances. Yeah, that does sound pretty solid. The I guess the gargoyle with well rolled gargoyle shoulder is going to be better, but to have to tide you over, that's not bad. Okay, Chaos Bleed. I mean, the chaos. We kind of want Chaos Res broadly speaking, but these are overall an upgrade, and I think we can probably craft Imbued Silver before we start in Bloodgrove. Yeah, don't die to Locksmere while farming stuff. That's not recommended. Okay, we got hit by the Sunder. That is true, Viley. I do have these resonant of protection shoulders. Throw these on. And remove the silk swatch. I think that's not a bad idea, actually. So I was hesitating to put those on for some reason, but keep that on. And can we make an imbued silver? That might be the... hold on, we have... I think we could put a runestone in the helm as well. I think we should be able to afford that now. Okay, that's... And what does the anti-venom salve need again that I didn't have before? Roiling blood, which apparently I still don't see that I have, so we can't make that. Unless... Where does roiling blood even drop? Alright. What about imbued silver? Scavenge plating and polished emerald and 3 aether crystals. That we have. So stick an imbued silver on this. Zombies, okay.
There was much. I see you. My scouts have a.
Just the person I'm... There are 2 other groups. The one you call Fulgrim has asked to speak with the Order of Death's Vigil, so I have come before you.
Slowly making the runes more powerful.
May this
I mean, Krieg's Death Knight has the advantage of you can target farm the stuff. Versus relying on random drops. Deadly aim and fighting spirit. Fighting spirit is just percent all damage in OA, and deadly aim. Yeah, there's no reason that they shouldn't stack. We haven't so far haven't gotten a single scepter for the sigil of consumption modifiers from these guys. And we still haven't. Oh. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. So yeah, if we want to do sort of a hybrid of sigil to give us some leech with Chaos Callistor, we now have that option once we get the Chaos Callistor item. But I want to be a little higher level before we do that. Like level 35, 36, I think. Five to 25%. Okay, so it is variable depending on the type. But that is like maybe 15% more on average, which is still pretty nice. Like it's not, you know, game breaking or anything, but it is noticeable if you're doing enough Aether Crystal runs. It adds up that you're getting a bit extra. Okay, we'll get the next Rift Gate, then turn in some quests. And sell some junk.
know that I could not. When the Legion was full, I've already.
You're here with a
Oh, right. We also need to sell stuff.
See anything you like?
I'm going to keep the Explorer stuff unless I find something significantly better.
Iron well spent.
Yeah. The other thing we should do is we should go to Forgotten Gods, and it's not super critical for us, but get a movement rune. So I'll have
My wares.
they have a charge and a yeah, I guess the charge is all right for now.
See you around.
I think I prefer having a Virus Might, but resistances on the piece we have now are too good to give up right now. Welcome back, Tuma. Hope you enjoyed your snack. $95. Yep, that's the second best time to switch gear. Gibbets. Okay, Demonic of Scorching. That's probably not great, is it? No. Yeah, these aren't that good. Alright, +1 to demo. That does nothing for me. Okay, let's get the shrine up here. Pierce Aether, energy regen. It's way more armor. We lose a little bit of Aether res. Kind of want to keep our Aether res as is for the moment. Yeah, Shirley sounded like she was having a bad dream, so I had to pat her.
Good. You've precisely.
Alright, Pierce Elemental, reduce stun res. So no, we lose our 8th res, which we can't afford to do now. But overall, this seems like a pretty decent item. I think I'll keep it in inventory. Right, we don't have Aether Res, so alright, this requires level 36, but it's an upgrade for our belt. We finally got something with resistances. Alright, so we'll get the Necropolis Rift Gate and get the 2 shrines in here. I see Lols. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Ooh. Took a little damage on that. Is this good impervious? It is good impervious. Alright. Drop a portal here. Let's go get the main rift gate, and then we can backtrack to the other shrine. Yeah, definitely a little bit of game sound. Let's see, where Marcoplagius. Vigorous of the Cabal is not bad. We can't use it until we get the Chaos offhand, though.
And word down that we cannot simply march off. Wait.
Alright, level 36, we have that Harmonious Belt. We can... Where was that? Oh, here we go. Incorruptible Plate Mail Girdle of Thunder, that's right. Alright, so our Poison Res finally looks okay. Chaos is in the 60s, Vid Aether in the 50s. Sorry, Anastaria. This is an SSF run. I'm not giving you crafting mats.
Took you long enough. The coat of Gafrit appears that the
Alright, well, hang on. Does this also require 6? It does. Alright, so we need to take Jackal before we can drop the Crossroads and work on the Chaos Res Shred Devotion. Welcome in, Miso. What do you mean Amazon keeping books free or cheap? Yeah, definitely not free, but I mean they have massive scale. That's usually the ebooks are significantly cheaper. But it does depend. I mean, my view is a Kindle book should be priced at around it, depending on the book and depending on the genre, maybe around 2/3 the price of a paperback, and then obviously the paperback is going to be less than the hardcover. But and pricing is also going to depend a bit on whether you're. I think the pricing model if you're self-publishing is different than if you're working with a mainstream publisher. I don't think so. I tend to think Tolkien holds up pretty well. Yeah, that's kind of nice to be able to do because I think they do let you lend books or something like that. We're going to be using the offhand for and thanks for the follow, Dr. Izzo. Tuma, we're going to be using the Chaos Callister offhand, so I'm just kind of biding my time until we're ready to go there. Yeah. I like Kindle Unlimited because I read a lot, and it gives me a chance to try a ton of authors I would never try otherwise. And if I read their book and I like it, they get paid. So, like, for someone like me, it is pretty good all around. Oh, this is the 1.3 patch playtest. So Crate did a bit of a UI overhaul that you're that they're letting people playtest and give feedback on now. I mean, when I was using Word of Pain as my main damage, it didn't matter quite as much to Tuma. But yeah, with right now, we definitely would be in a better spot with good gear. But I think we just have to make it to level 40. Oh, the energy is... Oh my god, yeah, the energy is brutal. No disagreement there. Okay. Which author is this, Miso? I've heard of her. Haven't read anything of hers.
You've returned. So our great moment of good, you're back. I struggled to admit. You see, the Luminari have long been a
Excuse my father and I.
Yeah, I suspect that genre is not to my taste, broadly speaking. Just the idea behind it just doesn't appeal to me. I think romance is obviously a part of life, and no one's saying, or at least I'm not saying ignore it, but for it to be the entire point of the book is just not interesting to me. For it to be part of a otherwise good story is a very different matter, though. And I feel like a lot of the romance in that genre isn't going to be compelling because usually if you force something into a book, it's going to be obvious. But I should probably not opine about stuff I don't know. That's not a good habit. Okay, we need dynamite. I don't want to craft dynamite, so I'm going to run Cronley. I like the phrase chick flick book, Susie. Well, maybe we already okay, we're going to reset. And we're going to run Cronley. I probably got that earlier, though. That's Cronley's hideout. We should be able to get a few dynamite here. And that's the thing. Publishers are in the business of making money. And that's not always the business of telling good stories. And as much as I may not like some of it, creating something that appeals to a ton of people is itself a skill. Like, I have to be honest enough to admit that, even if I think that some of it is pretty terrible. Something for everybody is for nobody. Yeah. Yeah. Good female protagonists are interesting. Yeah, the series I'm working on now does have a female protagonist. I think she's a cool character, but I might be biased. Right, Dureni is a thing. He's still here. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but I've seen a little bit of it on stream, trying to avoid spoilers, and I definitely definitely want to play it. How much dynamite do I have? 4. Okay, that is more than enough. Okay, our resistances aren't great. Is there anything we can do to fix that before we go fight Abadoth? Yeah, perfect characters are boring. It's like, was it Sanderson's Laws of Magic? I think his second law is that flaws and limitations are more interesting than powers, and I think that works for characters too. Is that flaws and limitations are more interesting than virtues, but you still need a certain amount of virtue and power to create a compelling character, because in rare cases where the point of your story is that your protagonist is a perfectly normal person, it can work. But most things in fantasy or science fiction, espionage, spy genres, etc., you want a character who's kind of cool and badass and is able to do a lot of stuff. And you have, obviously, if you have some character in, you're not talking about them, like, it's not like Wheel of Time where they just they're raised off they come off of a farm and they basically have to start fighting evil. If you take someone who's a little bit more mature and seasoned, you can have the explanation that, oh, this person has been in training for 5 years, they have learned this, they've learned from their mistakes, etc., right? I have not read Harry Potter. Yeah, the common term is Mary Sue to sort of describe this annoyingly perfect female character who's perfect for no actual legitimate reason other than the author said so. Alright, hold on. Pearson Elemental. Do we need Elemental Res? No. This would give us some more Chaos and Vit Res. Can we get 394 Physique? Not quite. Is there anything else that'll give us Physique that we could take? Yeah, I think I'll take this. Lose a tiny bit of Pierce. Alright, we just have to go. We're not going to solve our resist problem. Yeah, like I've read some literature where it's just awkward listening to the characters. And just you're cringing as you're reading the book, and that's usually not a fun experience. And I think especially you're not going to read science fiction or fantasy or books that take place in a different world if you don't want escapism. Is it as revered now? Was it more revered in the past, or is it still kind of similarly revered? Because sometimes you just have something where it's like it's a time, a place, an emotion, and it works for that reason. But okay, Abadoth. Mystic of the Cabal. Good enough. Gosh, Cricket can't get a break. Not that I would ever see myself watching Cricket, but still. That poor sport. Alright, I think I'm going to try to go until level 40. And we'll equip the new gear, do a little bit of respecking. And then we can start to see maybe what the build's going to look like in stream 2. So... Alright, so now we can start on Selile's Witchblade. My grandfather loved Dickens. He was not my favorite though. I mean, I do, however, very much enjoy Anthony Trollope. Particularly the Palliser novels. I won't disagree with that, Viley. Yeah, for English novelists, Anthony Trollope. I don't mind some of the other commonly read ones in moderation, but just let me reread Count of Monte Cristo for I don't know how many time, for the I don't know how manyth time, or Tolstoy or Dostoevsky.
Please, just
Yeah, I've only read the first two books of Farseer, but Robin Hobb definitely likes messing with her characters. Drop a portal and push forward. Nah, you're good, Miso. There's only so much we can talk about Grim Dawn if someone's not asking questions about a build or something. Pretty much all of this is fairly routine. Well, not sure what you mean by slops, but certain things can be a gateway drug to reading more interesting stuff. What do I do for breakfast? Sometimes a bacon, egg, and cheese type breakfast sandwich. Sometimes like peanut butter toast. Those are the main things. Occasionally I'll get some salmon cream cheese and put that on a bagel. Yeah, exactly. It's like she's still reading, so there's something there. Yeah. Well, fantasy is sort of its own niche genre. Also, to be fair, we are a bunch of nerds. Have to accept that.
I am relieved. We were never.
I admit, if you see over what you I can.
All right, we're like almost 39, so we should be 40 soon. And then we can equip some new gear and see how things look. Fleshwarp Bulwark. Hold on. What is... I'm trying to remind myself what that is. Is that the Mog Pack shield? Okay, yeah, so this is Mog Pact, uh, Heart of the Wild, Blood of Dreeg, extra regen on Blood of Dreeg. Mog Pact is Reflect, Life Reduction, and Slow Res. Yeah, I've never used this in endgame. It seems extremely niche. It's bad impervious. Creeping Ring would almost never be interesting to me, but +3 aspect of the Guardian while we're leveling might not be bad. We are not going to fight Craval. Okay, level 39. So we're not going to do it today, but we will at some point probably do the Bear Home Mine quest because there's a guaranteed Inquisitor belt drop there. So what are in that scenario? What are you using the shaman side for? Would be first thing I kind of wonder. Like, obviously, Mog Pact. I guess Fizz. You could Fizz Doombolt. No, you can't use Fizz Doombolt. That's an offhand. Burger King has no burgers. It's literally in the name of the restaurant. How do you not have burgers? This reminds me when my first job out of college, I was working for a small investment firm doing investment research, and one of the my cubicle was outside one of the partners' office, and this guy was a bit of an old timer. He'd been around for decades, so basically could do what he wanted. But sometimes he would spend like 2 hours arguing with some customer service people. And I think one of my favorites was he was talking to Hewlett Packard and asking them how they could possibly be out of printer cartridges. So obviously Hewlett Packard used to make printers. They still might. I don't know if they even exist anymore, but just the irony of a company that their one of their big businesses is printing being out of printer cartridges. That's got to be a real Kappa, not a Tuma Kappa, because there's no way you use that shield instead of like the one of the MI shields that makes pets good. We're gonna do this and this.
Welcome. Oh, cutting. I'm glad.
A blessed well. A blessed well.
Yeah, we're just going to do the first quest here. And we'll go down a little bit to get the leaf main horn. And we will we'll rescue the witches as well. Let's get all that pre going into the void stuff taken care of. Well, that sounds about right for modern economic BS that we have to deal with.
I am so pleased.
Oh, we already did that. Did we? But we haven't gotten this shrine or done this quest. Okay. It seems it's a purely defensive shield option that just doesn't really give you anything super compelling.
You've returned. You chose
Like, it just seems like it's dominated by pretty much every other option you would consider.
the altar of Ratosh is a rare. Now that you have, ever since, yes, deep beneath.
It's not even that defensive exactly. It's defensive, but not insanely so. Okay, so here we go. Wait, where's her? Oh, there they are. All right, so we go Spirit Guide.
I sense turmoil within you. Farewell.
Okay.
I sense turmoil within you. Safe journey.
All right, so let's just Word of Pain here, Curse of Frailty, Sigil, and Runes. And see how this feels. Okay, so obviously pants need to be improved, and we at some point are going to want a relic, but yeah, we can take the imbued silver off one of these as well. Maybe we make a salt. I think we should be able to do that, right? Corpse dust polished emerald. Yep, that's easy. All right, I think I'm going to leave it here for now. Let me get you guys a Grim Tools. This is yeah, still level 40. Okay. All right, let me take a look, see who's on. If anyone is playing Grim Dawn. And nobody is playing Grim Dawn. All right, I think I'm going to leave you guys to find your own entertainment, but appreciate everyone hanging out. If you're here specifically for Grim Dawn, I'm going to be playing this build some more on Tuesday evening, starting up around 4 o'clock Eastern Time US. Monday will be more either XCOM or Bioshock. And most of the weekday nights are going to be XCOM or Bioshock, and we'll keep the Saturday, Sunday morning, and Tuesday evening streams for Grim Dawn. So that'll be the plan. Hope to see you guys then, and have a good rest of your weekend.